Hey, good morning everyone and welcome to our draft long-term plan 24-34 workshop for Wednesday the 22nd of May. I will remind everyone that this workshop is being live streamed. We have no apologies other than that online we have Deputy Mayor Cotter and Councillors Field, Goff and Harrison Hunt online. So welcome everybody. I'll now hand over to staff. So Peter and Bede, sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship, and Atamarie councillors and Your Worship. So yesterday we set the scene with some of the background in terms of the alignment between the resident survey and the levels of service and performance measures, the thematic analysis. Today what we've got for you is the staff advice to provide that information back arising from the consultation. And so we have endeavoured to structure it by topic through either as it arose in the consultation document or other matters organically as they arose. And we're going to have a number of team members here to answer questions and work through with you. So with that, I'll hand over to those brief comments. I'll hand over to Peter and ask him to give a little more detail, and then if you wish, Your Worship, we will commence with it, starting with the first one.
If we don't get started, we'll never get finished. Now,
That's exactly right.
One thing that we need to make abundantly clear is that staff need a steer on where we're going. We don't want to leave stuff open-ended, if possible, and everyone's got the right to put an amendment in, and then we can debate it and all sorts of things. But if we're all in agreement on some things, let's give staff the advice that we want, and so they can go ahead and bake stuff in properly and make life easier for everybody. Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everybody. Look, the staff advice here and the options provided are primarily drawn from the questions in the consultation document, but also from key themes emerging from the submissions and sometimes from council itself. We are looking for guidance. We'll have staff support in the room if there are technical questions beyond what Bede and I can respond to. They're on standby and will be with us in support. So without further ado, I might move to bid funding for major events, major and business events. And we'll have the illustrious John Filsell over here on standby to answer any technical issues. The recommendation there is no change to the draft LTP, that the funding be left at proposed levels. The context and feedback from submitters is there, and in terms of the breakdown, obviously there's a very high level of support for leaving the bid funding as proposed. I'm not probably going to line by line every option that we're going through here. I know that you can see them. They're in summary form. Mr. Mayor, I think that beyond introducing the topics, it really becomes a matter of councillor discussion and debate. I can go through the detail if you wish, but it seems unwieldy to me.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Yanni, please.
So one thing that's kind of became apparent to me with a number of the submitters around Christchurch and Z and with the film in particular is the Canterbury-wide benefit. So I'm just wondering, I still don't quite understand why we as a city are paying for everything that benefits the region when we've got other structures in place that should be able to provide some support. If you take climate change, for example, we're funding the Merrill Forum to give out grants across Canterbury for climate change, yet when we do stuff that has a wider benefit, we don't seem to get grants from those groups. Is there a way that we can set an expectation of regional funding for some of these things, and what's the best way to pursue that?
I suspect John may be best placed to respond to that. I'm not aware of any legal mechanism by which we could do it. I think that's been canvassed before, hasn't it, with council?
Well, if you take the climate change one, we just go to the Merrill Forum and we say you contribute X, Y, Z, and then every council votes on it and endorses the film strategy or whatever it is, and then they all buy into it.
John, do you have any observations on that?
Sorry, Yanni, is this about bid funding that you're talking about? Sorry, I've
Yeah, so there's a number of things that we bid on that have a benefit for Canterbury, right?
for the events ecosystem.
And the
you're
events
talking about, yes.
ecosystem, right? So it seems inherently unfair that we are funding all the venues and then also funding all the operational costs towards the bids.
Yeah, but you check. It's either the events, events ecosystem funding, or it isn't. The system is already there, so it's either we fund them and let them do. Andrew,
So is this a specific question? Are you seeking a response from staff about funding other than Christchurch City Council for the events
Yeah,
that are held within Christchurch?
yeah. That benefit.
Nigel, are you
the
able
wider
to
area.
provide any sort of response at this point?
I mean, we can certainly take it on board to go and pursue how we could get funding from other councils and other bodies to support events that are delivered in Christchurch. But previously, it's been difficult to receive funding from other sources for events that are held in Christchurch. I think if through the mayor in terms of the questions around how do we get funding from other TLAs or agencies to support stuff that has a wider benefit from Christchurch, and that's a different discussion, and that's not necessarily around the event ecosystem bid funding, I think.
At a practical level, I can't be 100% certain of this, but I'm not aware of any of our surrounding TLAs having set aside money for this in their draft LTPs. So for them to add money at this point in the process seems possibly unlikely.
On any of those regional structures, those that or Greater Christchurch Partnership, for example, you would hope that these are the things that we had a South Island destination management plan. We've got a Greater Christchurch some sort of destination plan. So spaces
Andrew,
and places
please.
plan. So
you're getting off topic, Andrew.
that's okay.
The thing for councillors to be mindful of is, I guess, and Christchurch CNZ have been quite clear about this, the benefits of these events come when we have additional bed nights and additional spend, and that is typically within the city centre. That's how the benefits flow to the residents of Christchurch as opposed to Selwyn. In fact, most likely you will get visitors from other adjacent TLAs attending those events. So that's how I would suggest that this needs to be considered.
Okay, right. So before we go any further, we're trying to get some agreement, if we can, so I can get them all put in the mayor's recommendations. So when we get to D-Day, we can say, right, we've put these ones to bed. Everyone's had their discussion, everything else. One of the things I'm suggesting here for the events ecosystem, that we change it round. So in FY25, we put in 1.5 million, FY26, 2.5 million, and FY27, 4.5 million. So that gives money to this group, maybe not as fast as they wanted it for at the start, but as we all know, we've got this blimp that we've got to get ourselves over, and I've talked to the Deputy Mayor. She's happy with this, but I'm just throwing that idea out there for everyone to digest.
Yes, I am. You're right, Phil.
Yeah. Oh, you are there. Good on you. Okay, so that's something that we came up with yesterday. I unfortunately had the older piece of paper in front of me and I couldn't actually see what we'd decided. So with that, I will then ask Andre to carry on talking because he had his hand up.
Cool, thank you. Just point I made is we asked the public if they support increasing events funding. What we didn't ask the public is do they support cutting events funding, which is essentially what we're doing with this long-term plan. So it's a cut on previous years. So the question, therefore, realistically should be, would you support our city having less events for the next 3 years, as we did the last 3 years? Because that's what this all means. Whereas anyone reading it would think we're actually talking about having more over the next 3 years, as opposed to less. A lot of the submissions that came back also talked about they don't necessarily support funding for the bidding for a major events, but they value the community events, want to see more of that. But what the public won't necessarily be aware of is that if we go forward with this as proposed, it actually eats into that local community funding because the events and festival funding is already heavily oversubscribed, and it would mean that things like the Sands Parade, Christmas in the Park, that kind of thing, will have a very, very limited pot of funding available to them. So I don't feel like what we've asked can possibly, or what we've got here doesn't capture actually what people have told us. And we've framed the question in a way that doesn't actually truthfully, give people a thought on whether they want less events or more for the next 3 years. The consultation document also made no mention of Te Kaha for the first year, that there'd be no funding for bid for major events the first year of Te Kaha, which I put forward in amendment as already out of order. But what the Mayor is suggesting now makes a fair bit of sense to put forward as a recommendation.
It's to put in the Mayor's rec, so we need to discuss it, see if everyone's happy, because we've got to find a way forward, otherwise we're still sitting here in December and getting nowhere bloody fast.
Yeah, and I don't think we'd like asking other council, but what you're suggesting makes sense. I'd possibly, still look to an amendment of some description, but yeah, makes sense where you're going with that. There's a bit less the first year, more the following years.
Okay, so we've got to start somewhere. Okay, and just to be mindful that further down in today's stuff, if we get that far, is the Santa Parade funding as a separate item. So just to let you know that.
Well, and this is the thing, is there'll be a number of things that may be worthy of being a separate item, but we've got an events and festivals fund that's been oversubscribed for a number of years by up to 400, 500%, and it's a fund that's been frozen for 5 years as well. We could start picking ones to individually fund, but
it's not. It's not up to us to decide. It's up to the team who is Nigel in the events ecosystem. That's their department. They know the best. We might have a wee pet thing. We want the Chrysanthemum Growers Guild to come along, but we've got to be let them know, let them have the license to do what they want to do.
Yeah, well, agreed. But if the fund is oversubscribed by 500% already, we've got an obvious issue here that some are going to have to get the chop unless we adjust the funding. That's the point I'm making.
Thank you. Thank you. Sarah?
Thanks. Actually, one of my questions was, could we have an option that was a change in the amount of money, not just the timing? So that's great that you and Pauline have come up with that. I think it's a better compromised way to do an alternate option, which is good. The other one was just that with the nearby TAs and the point that Yanni was making, just wonder whether discussion on the contribution towards the Te Kaha OPEX that we're having with the neighbouring TAs currently would potentially include some of that. That's all. Yeah.
Okay, Doug. Victoria.
Thank you. Can I just get some clarity on your recommendation? So the additional funding of 1.5 in FY25, is that 1.5 as a standalone, or is that on top of something else, or is that it?
That's a very good question.
It's on top of what's already in the LTP.
Yeah, but what's already in the LTP on bid funding
I need
is zero.
to get some advice on that.
Councillor, it would be on top of what's in the draft LTP. So we consulted on an option to include approximately, and forgive me, I can't remember the exact number, about 2.8 million in year one, for example. The Mayor's proposing, instead of putting 2.8, that we propose to put in 1.5 million in year one. So it's additional funding to what's in the LTP. Year two, was it?
And my question is, where's the recommendation come from? And I think it would be helpful for councillors to know what Sport and Rec's views are on this. And can we hear that, please?
Well, Nigel's the head of Sport and Rec, but I'm not sure where that recommendation came from. I prepared these recommendations, the alternative.
So my question is
right. It's just Pauline and I had a wee.
Yeah, I'm unaware of this new recommendation.
So what I'm really struggling with is trying to understand what you want to achieve today. Because if it's, do we need more information in order to make a decision, then what is that information? Or are we meant to debate, or are people debating today? Or are we just saying this is contentious and we're going to need to debate it? I'm just not quite sure on what you're trying to achieve.
What I'm trying to do here is there's a list of what I would like as Mayor's recommendations, if we could get some agreement, so that when we come down to crunch time at the finish, because there's going to be lots of things that we will want to debate on, there will be a lot of amendments coming and going and stuff like that, but if we can put to bed a number of these now, it just makes life easier at the end. Is that probably right, Pete?
It's what goes into the final report that comes to council that we need debate. We need debate. Yeah, so it's a what do we put into the report for debate.
Microphone, Sarah.
So you could hypothetically say if Phil gets to bring along Mayor's recommendations, which get debated and can be amended if people put up. So say if Phil goes, general feel is everyone's happy with the compromise position of 1.5, but if you went actually, well, you probably can't with Christchurch NZ, but
it's to put a line in the sand. Otherwise, we'll have a lot of these ones. We'll go, and as I say, we'll be here for the rest of our life.
It's almost like you get, say if the general feedback is a majority go, actually it should be 2.8 million and not 1.5. Then it's like Phil will go, well, is it easier just to incorporate the 2.8 into his recommendations to start with?
See, take the likes of one of the ones that are in here that we'll quietly get down to is Yoldhurst Memorial Hall. I think 110% of everyone that's here is more than happy that happens. So that goes into Mayor's Recs, so that when the time comes, we don't individually do it then. We sort of get across the line with a whole lot of smaller things now. And this was
So I think we can all agree that this one isn't quite as easy as Yoldhurst Memorial Hall.
Of course, yes. It's a starting point for the debate at the end. So we started this kind of, I guess, with Leanne, where mayors do it differently around the country. So you'll see Mayor Brown in Auckland has a very strong position, like these are my recommendations, even if council don't necessarily all agree with them to start with, and then we'll go through and debate them. Under Leanne, we did more of a, like this kind of process, we all kind of have a general sense of what might go into the final document for the mayor's recommendations even. And that doesn't preclude Phil ending up saying, well, actually, this is something I want to formally debate at the end and putting it in. Yeah, we did it during the annual plan last year, and it actually worked very well. There was a whole lot of sort of, I shouldn't say rats and mice because this is an important one, but there was a lot of ones that we all were feeling the same way, and they just went through, and we didn't have to debate them all on the day.
Can people use their microphone, please?
Oh, sorry, Pauline. So if people aren't entirely comfortable with the mayor's recommendation, then they need to speak up about that now.
Yeah, we're trying to flag which compromises aren't going to fly.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm. And then you still get to debate it.
You still, this is not, this is...
Sure.
Yeah.
And because I'm on the board, am I conflicted from any of the conversation going forward today?
Not conversation, but you shouldn't be giving directional voting would be my pick.
Okay.
But there's no voting.
Can I ask questions? Thanks. Yeah, thank you.
Celeste.
In terms of the additional funding for the major bids, does that, because one of the aspects of that was the City Identity Fund, which covered off some of the smaller events. I'm just not sure what we get with the extra funding. Like, do we know what that would cover? So the extra 1.5? Because if we were to put the extra 1.5 towards one big event, I would be less comfortable than we're actually getting a whole range of events that communities have said these are a priority. If we're going to cut some funding, we'd prefer it to go to those events that don't have a cost.
To Nigel's fund.
It's Nigel's department, and he would know, we can't blow it all on one. We've got, that's what they're good at and been doing for the last number of years, haven't you, Nigel?
So my question would be then, will we get visibility of that? If we're kind of saying yes, what do we get? Because my yes is conditional on what the yes covers, and I'd want that information before I gave a thumbs up.
I think we've got to be very careful that if we give it, as I say, 1.5, 2.5 or 4.5, it doesn't matter which year you're in, we've got to have the trust in the group, which is us, VO and Christchurch NZ, that's the ones that are the three that are in it, to work it out amongst themselves and do it properly. We don't want to be telling them what to do.
I guess
apart from giving them the money.
The feedback that I've come across is that people are less comfortable with that funding going to the larger events, and we've seen things like SailGP come in as extra events. So I wouldn't want to make sure that we're just paying for extra events rather than things that because we might find that things are still getting cut. So things like funding towards Centre Parade, I recognise that is potentially going to be handled differently, but that's a good example of what people don't want to lose. So I trust Nigel, but I would want that information before I made a decision.
Is that you're wanting Nigel to hold the funding and then for Christchurch and VO or the community events?
Would be that if the priority, for instance, if council preferred the funding to go into city identity funding, which captures all of those sort of lower tier events that would otherwise go into the oversubscribed fund, do we just need to set up an additional fund to capture those slightly larger events that we're capturing currently within the big pot, if that makes sense?
Nigel.
May I suggest, if that's the recommendation of the Mayor, then staff can go away, do the work with VO and Christchurch NZ and come back and have that information before you make the final decision.
Yeah, I'd be comfortable with that.
Okay, but we do, but what worries me, we do run the risk that one of us, two of us might say, oh, we need to do this, and these guys know the broad range of everyone that's applying. There's a lot of people, the little bit I know about Christchurch NZ, there's a lot of people that come and say, can you help us with this, can you help us with that? Not everyone can get help. Someone will dip out. So I understand what you're saying. Timothy.
Yeah, I know the comment with regards to 5 times applications for the money, but we also got to trust our staff and those of VO and those of CNZ with the quality of event. Just because they're applying for it doesn't mean that they're deserving of it. And I do think, and it's been mentioned, that we've got to look at our fees with regards to Hagley Park and those prime spots, because we have tried to encourage events away from Hagley Park to lift the vision of some wonderful areas the city has to spread the quality out, but obviously everybody does want to use Hagley Park for a reason. I guess one question I did have, and I would like, and it really affects a bigger picture. Some time ago, the Lantern Fest was closed, which was shifted from the council events team to CNZ. The funding went across, and the Lantern Festival was stopped, whether it was COVID or I can't quite remember, and yet the funding stayed there and didn't come back to council. So I would like the answer to that, please, because I just, that is not a level playing field, and I just want to know, there are a few things here, because apart from the 3 big ones we have, which is our events team, VO and CNZ, there is a huge amount of funding for events, and I think that some of them we do need to review, whether it's a historic funding of multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars and it's just done every year to tick the box, but we do need to review, because things are getting harder, and we do, rather than just, oh, you're going to increase it, I want to look at the mechanics behind it, and I think that's the crucial thing, because just because you do a lot of events doesn't mean it's going to add value to your city, because you can do a whole lot of crap things, and that's actually a detractor to those companies, individuals and groups that really deliver and work really hard to do value.
So Nigel can come back with his information with that.
I was going to say we should just circulate the criteria what we consulted on.
Okay.
Yeah.
That will clarify.
Yep. Victoria had another question.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted some clarity around what was already there. So reading the document that we've got, it says that the last 3 years funding provided by council above the baseline funding was 600 per annum, funded from the Capital Endowment Fund. So is your recommendation 1.5 OPEX and 25 on top of the 600 from the Capital Endowment Fund, and then the next year 2.5 million and 26 on top of the 600 from the Capital Endowment Fund? Can I get clarity on that?
And then 4.5 the year after.
Yeah.
On top of.
Am I correct on that?
I think I am, Boyd. Is it on top of the 600? Sorry.
I'd like clarity on that, thanks.
We'll bring the answer back.
Yeah, we will bring the answer back, but I'm reasonably confident that it is.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. So, what do we do now, Pete? If we need a decision, what are we doing? We're just waiting for Nigel to come back and tell us.
You should receive that before we decide which way it's going.
Okay, but Pauline and I are just looking at a way forward, and this is a line in the sand if anyone thinks it should be slightly different, but we're now going to get the information to say, it's not just the 1.5, it's 1.5 plus what's already there, so that information will come back to us, and it may well get into the Mayor's rec set that way. Okay?
Understood.
Shall we do the next one?
Mr. Mayor, Phil.
Sorry, mate, far away, sorry.
Sorry, I just want to reiterate Tim's point and the impacts of what happened with the Lantern Festival, and there are going to be other festivals that are associated with that too. I'm just keen to get staff's recs on those big events and what the implications are on that, because there may be a potential that we need to up that other fund in order to follow that Mayor's recommendation. I'm pretty keen to follow your rec and yours and Pauline's rec and see where that comes.
Okay, thank you very much. Good. Mel.
Can we get a definition of a major event again? Because I kind of forgotten what it is, and I don't know if the Lantern Festival even meets that criteria. So it'd be, can we just get that again? Because we're talking about, it's definitely not community funding or anything like this money. So yeah, can we just get this clarified?
Because what I'm gonna say something that I'll probably end up regretting. The way I see it is that Christchurch NZ used to get a lot of money to do things with. Then it decided that we'd start up this events ecosystem, and they left a whole lot of things behind that they would have normally funded, and they went away and did the sexy things. Okay, so we had to start up this team to do these things. I'll say I shouldn't say it, smaller things, and we had to fund it. Whereas in the past, Christchurch NZ were funding the lot. Not correct? That's the way I see it.
We had a difference between, so CNZ do the major events, and there's a major events strategy that council signed off from CNZ, and council do the community events, and there's always been a clear delineation between that, and so Centre Parade's always fallen with council, not CNZ, so there has been a differentiation. Yeah,
because at one
two
stage,
different strategies.
At one stage they were doing them all, and then they sort of went away and did the bigger ones and left the void that we had to fill. I might be totally wrong in saying
There
that.
was a strategy signed off by council on it.
Yeah,
Probably.
But I, from the submissions, I didn't take that the submitters were actually as clear about that delineation as we are. They just wanted events, and I think picking up on Councillor Donovan's thing, they wanted events from small events to big events, right through the raft. So
And
the
that's where
submissions reflected the whole gamut.
Nigel, did you? You were pointing at Nigel? No? He didn't want to say anything. You'll get back to us on what we were talking about. Okay, so we'll move on to the next one. Thank you.
Accelerating adaptation. Again, the staff advice is no change from the draft LTP. By context, we ask whether we should bring forward the additional 1.8 million. The findings there are, I believe, reasonably clear.
Yeah, so one of the things that I'm... Pardon, Sarah, what was that?
Yeah, no, the recommendation is to bring it forward by 1 year, not by 2. It's a compromise kind of recommendation.
Okay.
Yeah.
1 year. And just to point out that it's in accordance with the government's new adaptation law, which is due in early 2025. So that's why we're just doing it by 1, not 2. Is that right? Okay. Sarah's comfortable. So is everyone generally... Yeah, Sarah?
The only thing I want to check, and I'll put it through as a question, is just to make sure, because I know that some of that funding was potentially going to be used for stuff that wasn't necessarily the actual coastal panel work. It was the sort of pre-planning risk identification kind of stuff, which we should be doing anyway. So it might be that there's a small amount needed in that first year to continue with that. Especially if we're looking at more than just coastal hazards and climate hazards. Yeah.
Okay.
So climate rather than just coastal.
So
through you, Mr. Bear, that funding is in there separately.
Who's saying that? Oh, that there is?
Yes, correct.
Okay. All right. So we're Pete. We've got some direction.
Very nice. Thank you.
We're only 50%. So righto.
We just keep doing that.
Carry on rewardless. Okay. The next one, please.
Climate Resilience Fund. If we could have that on screen, please, it might.
What I'm suggesting there, it's subject to the agreed terms in the 2025 that outline how the fund is directed to support adaptation for coastal and fire hazards, and with no drawdown in the first 3 years. As a suggestion. So is anyone?
Sorry, I haven't quite read the recommendation there, but I think that whatever we do has to be subject to having the terms of reference in place,
Mm-hmm.
which makes complete sense. And I think that should include things like no drawdown for a decent period of time, so it does build up, which is great. And I mean, the thing is, if we don't have those in place, then the council just makes a different decision next annual plan before we start actually drawing it down. So that's yeah. But I think
All
it's
right.
good.
So we're all generally
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think if it specifies not for at least 3 years, I think that's probably a bit far, because that'll be including potentially not, because you don't want to predetermine the sign off of the terms of reference, but it's an including maybe. Yeah.
Okay. Timothy?
Yeah, I do think, and it's not a funding issue, but it's just a process issue. I just think that at some point we do need to define, are we going to put all these together? Because climate resilience and accelerating adaptation, all these things are pointing to the same thing. And to have different slots, it seems, it's wasting time and money. So I think that now that we're recognising, fully recognised, and the threat that's coming and the change that's coming, we do have to have one big team looking at it, or one effective team looking at the different groups looking at different areas. I know that they're specialist areas, but it does need to be under one umbrella, and I think it's wasting time. Just different pockets. We need to put it under one umbrella and have a focus going forward.
The staff advice on your document is different to the staff advice on the slides. So I'm agreeing with the staff advice that was on the slide. So the slide says implement the Climate Resilience Fund from 25-26. That gives us a year to get the terms in place. The document, the draft, says from financial year 26.
That might be me trying to do shorthand. When I say 26, it's year 25, 26. So 24,
Okay,
25.
because you've said FY, which is the one we...
Yeah, so FY 25 is year 1, FY 26 is year 2.
So we clarify that it is in a year's time.
Yeah, years
Yes.
2. Yep.
Excellent, thank you very much.
Spot on. Thank you very much. Wow, we're motoring along here, Pete.
Mr. Mayor, I'm just going to suggest that maybe process-wise, for clarity, we could throw the staff advice slide up, give everyone a chance to see it, and then move to the Mayor's rec slide to see the further advice.
Yeah, fair comment, yeah.
And that way everybody's across everything
Otherwise
at the same
we're all
time.
boom, boom, boom.
Yeah. Sam and Kathy have got the Mayor's recs, so I just don't know technically whether...
Do we need just a couple of minutes for them to get that?
Guys, do you need a little time to figure out how to toggle between the two? Okay.
Printing them out. Yeah, so we can have the staff's recs on the screen the whole time, and then people can see the mayor's.
Yeah.
recs.
So shall we just take a couple of minutes to just print them as often? Everyone's got one, otherwise we're flying blind.
Melanie, doesn't anyone like you?
minutes I've ever come across in my life. Thank you very much. So apart from a little change on that climate resilience fund where the years were just a little wee typo there, that's all right. So just the next one is the Arts Centre, which the Chief Executive has kindly put a hand up and going to talk to the Arts Centre sometime soon. So good luck
So
with that.
that's just so that we can, the resolution that was made at council the other day, we can actually discuss that before we make this decision.
All right, all good? So that'll come out in the wash. Next one, please, Pete. Arana Park.
Can I ask on the Arts Centre, are we ever going to meet with the trustees at a governance to governance level? That was requested previously when this first issue started to arise. To try and build a decent relationship, I would think would be.
No, Mary's meeting with the head people, and then it will probably come back that I will be meeting with them as well, and I'll let you know what's going on. If we need to have others there, we will do that.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I must admit, sometimes it's not clear if one councillor asks for something, whether that's something that the council is asking for.
Multiple councillors have asked for that face-to-face meeting. So when we had the briefing here, multiple councillors did ask for it because we were asking questions that couldn't be answered in the room. So it has been asked multiple times by multiple councillors.
and then what happened was there was a few trustees went and met with a few people, with the rest of us not knowing about it, and then being told afterwards. And then the whole relationship seems to have deteriorated, as people will have seen through the various things in the media. But the idea of actually just meeting at a governance to governance level to work through some of the stuff that we're dealing with around the Arts Centre, I personally think would be helpful. But if others don't agree, then that's
right.
cool.
I don't want to go down the rabbit hole here, but you said something, so Tim had a question. I'll just let that
it's just
go.
following on from that. I don't think 17 elected members turning up to their board is a positive. I think that it would be better to get maybe a
Well, our council going to war with them through the media is also not a positive.
Just let me finish. But I think if there are some interested, after Mary has met with them, she could indicate that there are a group of councillors that do want to meet face to face and go from there. That's what I would recommend. But if they choose, absolutely fine. If they choose not to, I'm not going to get my nose out of joint if others want to meet. I mean, Philip Alderton did ask to meet with me and take me for a tour a number of times, which I declined because I thought it was inappropriate because we were talking funding. I also thought the way that they, in the process that they have followed, was not exactly what I would call a positive relationship, and they'll leave it at that.
If we did that meeting face to face, it may not have had to end up coming to all of that.
Right. No, I'll keep going, please. Arana Park, please.
Yeah, could we have the Arana Park slide, please?
Thank you. Now, it has been circulated what the Mayor's recs are. One thing that is, and you can all read that, one thing that I've got to make clear that in 2020 year ending, for year 2026, it makes a 0.04% increase in rates, just so everyone's clear on that. Okay, Jake?
Could you repeat that? Sorry, so the increase to rates?
It will increase the rates. Doing this will increase the rates in FY26 by 0.04.
Thank you.
Okay.
Arana Park.
Yeah, Arana Park, we're on.
In 25, 26.
No, 26, 27, isn't it?
Okay. 26.
Yeah, not in the blip year.
No, not in the first year where we got the blimp. Okay.
Perfect. Hey, I just had a quick question on that. In terms of the external party for a review, what's the story there? Is that just part of good health? Just to make sure?
It's what we did with Ferry Mead.
Yes.
So remember an annual plan maybe 2
I do
years
remember.
ago. Yeah, it was good. It was useful.
Okay, so I just
it worked
remember
very
the
well
problems
with
at Ferry Mead were very notable, and I wondered if that was right. Okay.
Okay. Yanni and then Tyler.
Can I just get some clarity about whether this is removing it from the contestable funding and putting it in to a line item in terms of the LTP? There was an outstanding request that we would consider putting these things as line
Save those
items.
ones.
So I just think it would be good to get clarity in the recommendation around that.
Around about
Yes,
yeah, there, point
yeah.
four.
So we'll get finance to update.
Okay. Sorry, Jan, I was talking about something else. What was it? Sorry.
We need to get clarity around with some of these resolutions, if it's taking it out of contestable funding and putting it in as a year-by-year line item for the life of the LTP, which would be my preference. But yeah, it would be good just to be clear in the recommendations that that was the case.
Please.
Through you, Your Worship. Yes, I think it is important that we are clear whether this funding, if you take Orana Park, for instance, which has had approximately 240,000 each year, if we increase it, I think we need to be clear whether that is coming out of the fund it was from or whether it is a separate tranche of funding of its own. So we would want to be clear about that, I think, so that you know whether, to your point, contribute 310,000 in financial year 25. If historically we've contributed 340, is that an increase of 70,000, or are we taking a separate 310,000? That's, I think, the point Councillor Johansson is making.
Also that it's removed from the contestable
And whether
grants.
that money is then removed from the contestable and is not available to be applied to some other applicant.
Yeah.
Take it from the contestable pot.
No, sorry, it's
No.
two different.
Did not.
So
Okay.
it's whether it's new money that's coming on top of the contestable funding.
Yes.
And then what it looks like over the life of the LTP.
Okay.
So the direction is it does not come from the contestable pot.
Yeah, that would be.
Thank
yeah.
you.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Which in that case, can you give an indication of what the rate impact of that would be? Because that's an additional.
310,000 would be approximately. Yes. Yep.
Per
Yep,
year.
In that year.
In that year.
In that year.
Because
So the-
to give you an idea, 7 million is 1%, 700,000 is 0.1, so 310 is just below 0.05.
So just to clarify, it was always planned then, if you're talking, it was 0.04, that, so it's always planned to be a separate item from the contestable, that funding?
Correct.
Great, yeah.
Yes, separate item from the contestable
And
funding.
that, so that funding's not coming from the contestable, it's always going to be found different?
No, so the contestable funding will remain. Yep.
And just to be clear, so for the life of the LTP, per year, they'll be getting, aside from the one-off 310, they'll be getting 260 for each year.
If it's in there, yeah.
Well, it's not clear from the. It says there's a
Could you
placeholder
answer that one to
subject
B, please?
FY26.
From FY26.
Okay. Just anyway, the more clarity we get in the recommendations, I think the better.
So can we
it might
speak
need
to
to
the
sit-
staff advice and then how that differs in the mayor's recommendation?
That's a good question. So historically, approximately 240 pen.
Yes, look, there's through you, we think there's a bit of further work required because there are a couple of options up there, and one of them is that alternative is you increase it by 500,000 per year. So in year one, and these are just options to be debated, but year one would be 500,000. Year two would be 1 million, and year three would be 1.5 million. So you're increasing by 500. That's one option, and that is 0.07% per annum. So that's for each of those years. That's one of the options. And then if you did what that assumes no offset of 240k, what we're saying is it does not come out of the contestable fund. It is actually just an additional amount of money rated and given to them. So the contestable fund, that's what that is saying. So it's separate. So it's similar to what the mayor's rec is, but a different amount.
So can you clarify if the mayor's rec is suggesting 310 in FY25, there's no rate impact in FY25?
If we take the 310 if it does not come from the contestable fund, there is a rate impact
in FY
by 25.
Yeah.
And that rate impact is about 0.04%.
So that one moves into there
Okay.
as well.
All right. Tyler, please.
I support the Mayor's Rec in line with the scrutiny we hold Ferrymead, the Arts Centre and the Cathedral over. I think that's really prudent, and I think, I'm happy to support the Mayor's Rec.
Okay, thank you. Celeste, please.
I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time to ask this question, but in regards to the funding for Arana Park that isn't additional, so we're talking about the additional funding, the top up, would we also look at line item the rest of the funding? Or is that something that would be done separately to this? Because we're talking about the extra, but there's still some funding, I would assume, coming from the contestable pot. We've previously had the conversation around pulling out some of those bigger grants, so would we do that as well?
Well, my thinking is that Arana Park would be removed from the contestable because it would become
Completely.
a line item.
Yes.
So is that, I just want to confirm
And
that
we would,
that's
so
That's correct. My understanding is
the whole lot, yeah.
yes.
So, and so just so we're all clear that Arana Park, you're proposing Arana Park becomes a line item, and in year one, FY25, that would be a 0.4% impact on rates. So it would come out and be a line item. The contestable pot would not change, and so in the contestable pot, there'd be the 240 they traditionally got funded would be there to allocate to somebody else. So is that's what's being proposed?
Yes.
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 Right.
So need to be clear what happens after the first year.
It's down there that there's a placeholder for further funding, but it's I'm seeing from the Mayor's Fund, it's subject to the review of the model similar to
for our budget for the 10 years, we actually, if we're making it a line item, we need to show every single year how much we're going to contribute.
Yep, and so I think
So we can't do it like a placeholder. We have to account for the money.
that's why
if we don't spend it,
the
we don't spend it.
CFO said there was a 0.4 in FY26 and onwards as well.
Yeah.
So we just clarified that it would also be in FY25 because that's the year it was funded.
Yeah. And, if we rate that 310,000 in FY25,
We don't need to rate. It's not
we
a
don't.
rate.
That's exactly right. I was going. That's
It's not
exactly.
a rate increase, but it does have a rate. Yeah.
Yes, it has a rate impact, but it's not a rate increase because there's something here that I think might be helpful if I can just explain for a moment, Your Worship. If we rate an extra, I'll just use $700,000 because it's 0.1%. If we rate that $700,000 in FY25, that 0.1 is there every year thereafter. So if we go to up to 1.4, we don't have to rate 0.2, we only have to rate 0.1 because it's only the difference between the 700,000 from the first year up to the 1.4 million the next year. So it's only the marginal movement that we're rating. And so that's why if you put this 360,000 in, you've effectively baked it in for all of the subsequent years, to answer Councillor Johansson's question. So it doesn't have any rate increase effect in the subsequent years.
But if you reduced it in the subsequent years, the rates would come down.
It would go down by 0.001 because it's $60,000. So
Thank you. We have Melanie, please.
Two things. One is this is just talking about the next 3 years. What's the long term? I know you got this 50K for reviewing the model, but there's no, what they're asking for is a long term stability of funding, and this isn't providing that as far as I can tell. Is anyone going to talk to that?
Sorry, John, yes, sorry. Yep.
Councillor Coker, the provisions there take an approach similar to what seems to be working with Ferrymead. Initially we fund a collaborative review, and our future approach will be based out of the findings of the review. We would expect some savings, we'd expect some changes, and we get a lot more clarity on the future needs so we could come back to you with some definitive recommendations long term.
So the other question is that they've asked for increased funding over the next few years, like the alternate staff option 1, but really we're giving them 20k more than what they've already been getting anyway. So to me, the staff your recommendation, I don't like the 310. I don't think it's enough. I'd do something like 500 every year, some sort of in between. So I wouldn't support it.
Phil, can I say something?
Far away.
Oh, thank you. I support the alternative staff option 1 actually, with the 0.07% increase a year, 500, 1 million, 1.5. And I would like to see something in the outlying years. I wonder if they need some surety going forward in order to attract other funding. But that's personally what I recommend.
So if that were the case, we would then be looking at a 2% rise in rates over 3 years with that. Is that right? Because you've got 0.7 or 0.07. Yeah. So
just let Boyd.
So through you. So each year be 0.07 increase up for year 1, 0.0 increase for year 2, because you only have to rate the extra 500,000 to get it to $1 million, and then 0.07 for year 3 would take you to 1.5 million, and thereafter there'd be no increase in the rate. You'd just be rating that amount each year.
Okay. Right.
Percentages would get less
Celeste,
as well,
please.
wouldn't they? Because the percentages would actually get less because our funding gets bigger, so as a proportion would be smaller.
Quite right. Yes, Councillor Koki, you're quite right. It would actually drop slightly because we have more rating units and the number grows, but we've just really used year 1 as a baseline because it makes it easier than doing the tapering right to the last decimal point.
Okay. Celeste, please.
For the next couple.
Victoria.
Sorry, I'm going right back to basics. I'm getting a little bit lost. Am I correct in understanding that from their perspective, all they're getting from the Mayor's Rec is an extra 20,000 per year over and above what they've already got, and security that it's a line item as opposed to a contestable fund?
extra 50, isn't it?
And they've asked for more than that.
That's how, through you, that's how I read it. And the extra 50,000 is for us to go and do, as John Purcell said, a collaborative review of what a sustainable funding model looks like.
I'm supportive of the 50,000 allocation for the collaborative review. I could probably, I'm undecided on the rest at the moment.
Okay. Mark, please.
Yeah, I'm a bit similar to that. The fact that they've come asking us for the 500, and we're looking at saying, well, 20,000 extra, and you don't get the chance to get the 240 that you're already getting, so therefore you're going to be only slightly ahead. I do like the 50k review, but I'm just nervous that we might be boxing them into a corner, and I'd like us to go with the recommendation here of going and talking to Arana and coming to a sustainable solution so that they're not left, worse off through our decision in this LTP.
I can't support the 500 without the review, because no organisation worth its salt would give 500k, then $1 million, then 1.5 without any thought of how you're using it.
Yeah, agreed.
And do remember, if we're doing this for the first 3 years, in another 10 years, it could be a lot more that they're coming to. We've got to come up to work with them to find a sustainable model, because at some point in the future, as climate change is getting worse, we're going to have to really look at where our funding's going. And at some point, like those English cities, are we going to end up being bankrupt, or do we make hard decisions, and when do we make them?
Agree.
Okay, right. We're up to Sarah.
Thanks. I support the Mayor's Rec. I think that the review is really important. We learned a lot from how the review was done into Ferrymead. And I think that we learned enough from that this will be a much quicker process for a review. The board and management need to be open to the review, which is fine. But it's clear from the repeated requests for funding over several years now that they need help to have that sustainable model in place, and then we can have surety over the level of funding that we do. So I think that's a good idea.
Okay, go. Pete, is that you getting enough here? Good on you. No more questions on that? Okay, so we'll do the next one, please.
Anglican Cathedral. In this instance, the staff advice and the MESREC's
Last same.
I was going to say fundamentally the same, but perhaps not. I'm looking at slightly different wording on the version I have, but okay.
I think they're pretty much the same, that we continue to engage with the cathedral, rebuild it and report back.
Engage and monitor, that's right.
And it's nothing to do with the LTP, really.
No. There's no funding request per se.
Okay, so just keep up for information. Yanni, please.
I just wanted, there's a number of issues through the submitters that would probably be better discussed with central government through the city deal. So, chlorine is a classic example. Maybe the cathedral, the future of the cathedral. Is there any process to engage around talking to central government about?
They're doing that as we speak. The cathedral are.
No, but in terms of our negotiation with the government over a city deal, is there a process by which we can put forward ideas for things that we want support in terms of funding, or
so they haven't
with chlorine saving?
They haven't opened the thing for any city deals at the moment. There was talk early on about city deals, but there's no clarity at this stage about criteria around city deals, although lots of
Thanks
discussion.
for clarifying the lack of clarity. Appreciate it.
No problem. So that just is a work in progress, really, isn't it? Okay. Sorry, Victoria.
Can I just get some clarity then on the financial impact in the second sentence there, in the event that 7 million scheduled for drawdown is suspended? What's the process for a decision around that? And where was the suggestion come from that it would be suspended? Because it's been collected already for that purpose. I'm just like some clarity on that, please.
Look, I think through you, Your Worship, what I think there has been said is that is an amount that's collected from, and John Fussell will be able to correct me, 2018 to 2028, and it's roughly $1 million a year, so it was 10 million, and there were drawdowns in 2 tranches, and I think the second tranche is the one that is the 7 million, and my understanding is there are some milestones that have to be reached or agreed, and it will come as a report to council in order for a decision to be made. Is that correct, John?
In essence, we are observing and looking at the recent developments to make a determination on that. If there's doubt, we would certainly recommend that a report go to council to get clarity, to make sure that council's the intent of council's original decision making is upheld.
Thank you. Okay. Yep, Sarah.
Yeah, I just add that because I was there at the time when we made the decision, and it was the resolution itself talked about the funds being applied to the rebuild. If the cathedral was going to be mothballed, the funds couldn't be applied to a mothballing process because that's not rebuild. That's
All right. So that's work in progress. Okay.
Okay.
The next one is the Air Force Museum. Now you see there, I've put they came in and put a very good submission too, but I've suggested that we put 5 million placeholder for 5 million capex in financial year 28 to acceptance of a business case by council by the end of 27. So it has no rating impact in the next 3 years. Is that right? Everyone happy with that? You've got to remember also, the Air Force Museum was built and costs us nothing. So when you look at, if we do put some money towards a hangar, it's very little for the benefit that we get out of it, but it's in the next 3 years. Yep.
Yeah, I just say I'm not in favour at this point. I think that if we had a spare $5 million going, it would be better spent, for example, on our water infrastructure or any of those kind of things. So,
but we'll worry about that out there then. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Yanni?
Did you consider taking this from the endowment fund? I thought we were going to get a report
Well,
back on.
it's 3 years out, so it's sort of, all I'm doing is putting a placeholder in there. There's no.
No, but
expectations from, they'll put it into their budgets and stuff, right?
so I thought the advice we got initially was we were going to get some sort of report on various funding options for it. Is that still going to happen, or is it ahead of putting the money in?
Is it you?
Apologies if I've missed it. I wasn't aware that we were doing a report on funding options. We were just considering it through the submission process.
Yeah.
Right. It's just a placeholder for maybe.
I think it's difficult to do a placeholder for maybe for that kind of budget when we haven't asked the broader community about it. So I would prefer that if we were wanting to do a placeholder for maybe, that in the annual plan, that we ask a specific question of the community next year saying, would you like us to put money on budget for the Air Force Museum?
Or do you leave it to the next LTP, because that's 3 years out?
Yeah, if you did it in the annual plan next year, though, then that gives the Air Force Museum time to plan around it. And you could have put it in with some surety rather than the next. Yeah, I mean, up to you. I just would be reluctant to put 5 million. It's quite a substantial. It's half what we did for the cathedral, and we had to do a big consultation for that. Yeah.
Okay. Pauline, have you got any thing you want to add on that?
Yeah, I think that's probably sensible advice, actually. Because you've put it out into year 2028 anyway, the annual plan would be a good place for that.
So would that be staff? Sorry.
Okay.
It's going to say staff advice for inclusion in the annual plan.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. The next one, I imagine, is very simple. We're giving them something which they're very keen to do up, and in theory, it's costing us nothing. Everybody happy? Right.
Okay. Moving on to the Santa Parade. In this instance, the Mayor's Rec is a little bit different from the staff advice. Additional $50,000 from the Events and Festivals Fund in 25, and some further detail to follow there.
Mm-hmm.
It's a relatively minor amount.
It is. It's nothing in the scheme of things. Timothy.
And with that funding, could we actually make that a line item? Because it must waste council staff time to go over this again and again and again, you know, like we totally understand those that need to be reviewed regularly, but maybe it's like a business plan. We anything that we're going to make a line item of, we should be reviewing anyway because we're giving them public money. But I mean, I'm just thinking with this, it just makes it easier, simpler.
Easier in the long run.
So there would be a minor, very minor rate impact, because instead of funding it out of an existing fund, you bring it out as a line item. It's hardly anything,
However,
but it is an additional expense.
As the Events and Fund is now up $280,000 due to an earlier decision, could we not take this money across with it, and therefore it's got no impact?
The rate impact is 0.001.
Yeah. A different fund as well. The one we did was Strengthening Communities. This Events and Festivals Fund.
Yeah, but we can shift money around. I mean, it's a standard thing. I know it can be difficult, but I'm also conscious that 0.001, 0.005, 0.007. At the end of this, we could be 15% rates. You know, we've got to be very careful with what we're doing. And with any business, you look at the small stuff, not the big stuff. So that's what you start with. Just saying.
Okay, John, you had.
In the course of our investigations, we posed the same question to the event staff. Their advice was for the next 2 years to keep the funding coming from a contestable fund for 2 reasons. Firstly, the Santa Parade is morphing into a different type of event from the traditional street parade. The team wanted to see how that went, the sustainability of that. The second influencing factor is part of the request is for funding for the Santa Parade to administer and maintain a built facility on QE2 Park. We just wanted the opportunity to potentially explore different ways of doing that, whether our community facilities team could assist them with that, and essentially save some money. So there were two variables that the events team wanted clarifying before they could comfortably recommend permanent funding.
Well, could we extend that to 3 years? Because out in there, and Aaron will be aware of this, to do a 2-year kind of thing to try and find any real funding is just, it takes you a year to pull anything together, and they want to see some substance. 2 years, I think, is too short. Any business plan is 3 to 5 years, and you can look at funding like that as well. So if we could
3 years from the contested, but keep it in
yes,
the contested.
if that's what you want to do. But just be mindful. Sponsorship is really, it's getting a lot harder, and 2 years is just not acceptable, I think.
Yep.
I can go away.
All right. Anyone else got anything to say about that? Yanni?
It was unclear, like in the deputation, the state of their facility, which, we saw that as being a cost-effective way to reduce the rent that they were paying, and now it seems like there's a whole bunch of maintenance issues with it. Is there any other process that we could work through, like the Capital Endowment Fund, to get their facility to fit for purpose?
They've only come asking for this money. They were building a picture around where they've come from and where they're at, and they only asked for that operation. They weren't asking for other money for other things. They were just telling us where they're at. So adding more money, I don't think's a good thing. But if they do come looking for other stuff at other times, let's help them.
But the principle was that by investing some money up front, we would actually save some money in the long term. So
And then we
good
had
to see that happen.
Then we had a pandemic and other stuff, and traffic management went through the. I mean, there's a whole lot of reasons why they're in the situation they're in.
Where they are at the moment, I have no doubt in my mind that it's going to go from strength to strength. The people that are running it now have put so much effort into this. What we used to do was give them about 60 or 70 grand, which went straight to whoever owned the building previously. Then we gave them a building which is it's not substantial. Well, it's not brand new. But instantly we said, there you've got a building, we're taking the 70 grand off you. So they've been in a quietly sinking boat for quite some time. So we need to get it up because it is an iconic Christchurch thing. It has been brought back to basics, and it's been condensed down to the basic floats. We haven't got lots of add-on stuff in there. So I think we need to support it. I think it's important. So
and that 3 years funding will help them with their sponsorship. And without that, sponsors won't look at you.
Okay, all right. So we'll move on to the next one. Pauline, I think you will probably want to talk about, or I know Sarah will, but Biodiversity Fund.
Yeah, I think, thank you. No, this is good. This was Melanie's, Councillor Coker's suggestion actually to add 200,000 to that. And bearing in mind that Biodiversity Fund is a partnership fund with private landowners. So I think this is a good solution here to increase it over the next few years. Does it have to come from Capital Endowment Fund? Can we find out what the rating impact would be if we rated for it? I'm just, we're hearing Capital Endowment Fund, Capital Endowment Fund, Capital Endowment Fund. It's not an inexhaustible fund. So that would be my question, just whether that's the appropriate place for it to come from. It might be, but we maybe need some. When we get to the end of this process, we will see how many projects here we're flagging to the Capital Endowment Fund, and we may need another look at it all holistically at the end of it. But I'm just flagging that. But I do support this, and thank you for recommending it.
Okay, and just to be clear, it is 0.03 Pete in the first year.
Well, why is that if it's coming from Capital Endowment Fund?
No. In the Mayor's Rec, it was OPEX in each of the 3 years, not CE.
Oh, so it's not CE. Okay. Oh, that's great. Yeah.
Okay. Celeste?
Thank you.
I just want to say I support this recommendation. I think it's great. So I'm supportive of this.
Okay. Sarah?
I support this, but would like to go just a little bit further. I think the one thing I've learnt is my third LTP now is that every 3 years we have exactly the same discussions and we make the same decisions, and I'd quite like to see that increase baked in for the life of the LTP, not just until the next LTP. That was all.
Yeah, I agree with that too. Yeah, I don't know why we're focusing on the first 3 years here in a lot of these. So maybe that's an ongoing conversation we need to have, Phil, about some of these.
Okay. Thank you. Sarah, Tyler?
I've got a wider question. I've seen the Capital Endowment Fund be highlighted quite a lot throughout the paperwork we've been receiving. Is there going to be anything that updates us on what's going to be remaining if we do say yes to these recommendations?
John? Yeah, sod all is probably the word that would be, yeah, carry on.
Au contraire, now, Phil. For councillors' benefit, every time that staff have made a reference to the Capital Endowment Fund, we update a spreadsheet of provisional commitments. At the moment, we have a healthy surplus going forward, and we discuss with our executive team about reporting that back in the process. So have confidence that every time we've made a recommendation, we do have funds available, and we are keeping track of this, and we would aim to report that back into the process before council made its final decisions.
Sure. I just wanted to highlight Dame Sue Bagshaw's submission around the youth hub, and see if staff can just make sure that they're keeping their eyes on that one.
Yes, we are. We're under discussions. It's probably better that we report back in a separate forum, but that has been provisionally taken into consideration and allowed for in the context of our other recommendations.
Thanks a lot, John.
Okay. Here, Mel. Yep.
I can't remember the values, but I know the Biodiversity Fund was funded all the way through, because it was even back in the 2021 LTP, and I do remember seeing it being there ongoing into the future. So, yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Councillor Coke is right. It's ongoing.
It is ongoing. Yep. This is just the first 3 years we've got in front of. Yanni.
There are a number of submitters that actually commented on the concern at the changes at an operational level around biodiversity and the natural environment teams all that we had in council. So, I'm a little bit reluctant to take this from the endowment fund. I think this is part of what we should do as a city, but I appreciate this will be like a funding source, but I just don't think...
No, it's not coming from Capital Endowment Fund, Yanni.
The recommendation. Yeah. Okay. That's good. But I just think there was a kind of bigger question around how we are addressing biodiversity in our city in terms of the operations, and I just wonder who's picking that up. And maybe it's separate than the discussion we're having today, but I think we should look at the big picture, because it was pretty apparent from some of the submissions that we're spending a lot more money in maintenance and got a bigger financial challenge because we're not doing the proactive biodiversity stuff that we should be doing.
Okay, Bellamy. Bell.
So just to check, it's not what's up there, is it? It's what's in here on this piece of paper.
Just as what I'm suggesting in the red.
Yeah, but this is saying 200 each year. Is that what is that?
Yep.
Yep.
Yes.
On top of what's already in the draft. So it's not what's written up on the screen.
Additional 200 grand OPEX in
Yeah,
each.
but what I'm saying is that screen is quite different to what's on here.
Oh, yes. Yes,
Yes. What's on the screen is essentially the staff advice. And so the Mayor's Rex is to add another 200,000 from OPEX to what is up there.
Okay, thanks.
Alrighty. Moving right along. Is that all right, Pete? You happy with... Sorry, Pauline?
Yes, so I just think just for clarity, the 0.03% increase in FY25, is that for the additional 200? And is the bulk of the fund still coming out of Capital Endowment Fund?
No, Boyd. Peter was saying Boyd.
So, yeah, we need the answer to that, because, it doesn't have to be today, but...
No, John's got waving his hand frantically.
Is he?
Thank you. No, the existing fund comes out of our general funding pool. It's rates funded and is maintained through the life of the LTP. 24-25, it's $439,000. 25-26, it goes up to 552. So the 200,000 is additional on top of that.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
All right.
Perfect.
So we'll quietly put that. Who had, sorry? Ah, Tyrone, didn't see you there, bud.
Oh, that's all good, mate. Yeah, I'm still confused about the budget. So absolutely, I support the Mayor's recommendation for additional 200 grand per. But sorry, and just on the back of what Pauline just said before, are we getting clarification as to whether or not that's rates funded or from the Capital Endowment Fund?
Yeah,
Is
true.
that-
Yeah,
is that
so
what we're right
if the Mayor's recommendation is adopted...
Sorry to relitigate this.
I beg your pardon, Councillor Field, for interrupting. If the Mayor's recommendation is adopted, then all of that biodiversity is funded from rates.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Does that
Thank
clarify
Pete.
for you?
Perfect. Yep. And just another point of clarification. So we've lumped the sustainability fund into this slide, but there's a separate rec for that, and I'm just kind of just a bit confused as to how.
Can I just jump in here, please?
Yes.
Phil, is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
So the biodiversity fund needs to sit on its own because it's a partnership fund with private landowners. It's a very different fund. When we get to the sustainability fund, which is the next discussion, there's a group of us working on in response to a lot of the submissions from groups that have highlighted that cutting the sustainability fund, there's a community waterways partnership fund, and there's an environmental partnership fund that have all been cut, and their projects will be very seriously damaged as a result. So I'd just like to ask the Mayor if we could park the remaining environmental funding discussions until we've done that work, because we might look at perhaps creating a new fund that encompasses all of them, you know, the fund for all conservation funds. So rather than getting into the weeds today, could I ask you to just park the rest of it until we can come back and we've done that work?
Yeah, this is the next one you're talking about, Pauline.
Yeah, which Tyrone sort of brought into the biodiversity one, but I'd like to keep biodiversity completely separate, and then do another piece of work to respond to all the submissions from the other funds that have been discontinued.
So we'll leave the biodiversity fund as it is in the Mayor's Recs. Is everyone happy with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so leave that alone.
That's very good, Phil. Thank you.
Okay, good on you. Sarah, did you have?
Yeah, it was just going to be a similar point to Pauline in that while we've looked at these ones, the other ones that were cut, so the environmental partnerships, community partnerships, aren't addressed through this, and we'd had quite a lot of submissions on them. So, yeah, if you guys are doing that piece of work, that's really cool, and I'll happy to see the results of that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right.
Simplification is good.
Thank you. So then, if that's the case, the next one, we're just parking that one. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay.
I should say the sustainability fund is very different to the other partnerships fund. It's a very different terms of reference. I can see the community partnerships and biodiversity partnerships coming together, but sustainability I would just like to continue. So.
All right, now I'm getting confused. Someone please tell me.
That's right. That's why we want to do this. That's why we want to do this bit of work, so that we can bring it back and identify the history of funding from Sustainability Fund and where the other funds fit in. So it's just, rather than getting into the weeds now, I think we should do that bit of work.
Okay. All right. So then, what's the next one I'm bringing up then?
Heritage.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah. Yeah. So can everyone see? Yep. And as you've got no additional funding, consult on a new fund from 26 as an option in the annual plan.
Your Worship, I understand that there may be an update on staff advice around this one. Is that right, John? Darryl? Yeah.
There is? For old John?
update on staff advice on this one. Do you want to elaborate on that, Boyd?
Do you want to run through the staff advice on this particular rate?
Okay, so I think what Boyd might be referring to is looking at what the grants are put towards and some refining of the criteria. That's going to take us a little bit of time to do, and hence the suggestion that it comes back in the 25-26 year. So it's just a bit more targeted because the fund is not as much. So we need to look at how that funding is targeted.
Okay, is that?
The advice is just to not fund it. But now staff advice is saying actually we think we could fund it and we want to look at criteria. Is that right?
Is that right, John?
That was the staff advice, yes.
Okay, because the written advice on the thing here is just not to fund it.
Well, the staff advice is actually to keep funding it, it's saying that.
Yes.
The mayor's advice, which is not to.
Okay.
We can come back to this one.
Yeah, because the staff advice that I've got in front of me is the same as what my advice is. Okay, right, we'll come back to this one. Okay, so next one then. Sorry, Peter.
Sorry, just a small clarification that through you, Mr. Chair, for Councillor Cotter, the sustainability fund, the timing of that work that's to be done to come back to us, is there any indication as to timing on that?
Oh yeah, I think maybe by early next week, I would say.
Okay, thank you.
Is that okay? Is that all right, Peter?
Thank you. It's just it was just good to know what rough time frame we're looking at.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sooner if possible. Yeah.
All right, so that's that one. Heritage grant, we're just sort of sitting there until we get a little bit more information. Shirley Community Centre. So it's bring forward to start with 75,000 in year 25, 800,000 capex in 26, and 2.83 million in 27, and OPEX 40 grand in 28. Now the difference, the numbers of the percentage is for the first 3 years is 0 for this one, 0.01 for the next one, and 0.02 for 2027. Have we some questions? We'll go Kelly first. That's 0.
Yeah, I'm really supportive of this, but I wonder whether, this is another situation where we're going to end up running the organisation and being responsible for the buildings. Is there any way we can incorporate into this staff, perhaps putting together a trust of competent members of the community to mitigate the ongoing OPEX?
John?
Yeah, staff are through the board chair currently negotiating with a prospective community partner and sympathetic building company to develop this facility in a community partnership through the build and the operation. So yes, that's what the board has in mind. We have a report going to the Waipapa Community Board in early June reflecting that. So that's on the cards, and that's how we'd like to proceed at this point in time.
So in the long run, it'll end up like St Albans Community Centre, where it's totally run and operated by the community.
That's correct.
Can I?
That's the goal. It's the preferred way of doing things, but it needs community board decision making to ratify that, and that's scheduled for early June.
Mm-hmm.
Kelly, can I just follow up?
Yeah. Got you back.
Is it possible that the design could include room for offices so that people could rent those and continue to sort of fund the ongoing costs?
Hey, Kelly, you're going too far along the track. It's a community board project, and all those things are going to be considered. But this is about just bringing some development money forward so they can get on with that work that you're talking about.
Great.
Good points. Yeah.
Sarah? All good. Victoria?
Thank you, Pauline. I was just wanted to hear from you on this because I know that you've been involved with this for many, many years. So I was just keen to hear your thoughts on the Mayor's Rec.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Was that enough thoughts?
Yeah, stop. Yeah, stop. Stop thinking.
I support them. Yeah, thank you.
But Yanni, please.
I'm just finding this a little bit challenging because we've got other submissions around other community facilities, and instead of looking at all the community facilities requests we've had, we're only looking at one. So Phillipstown also came in. So is there a similar recommendation around Phillipstown?
There's no similar recommendation around Phillipstown. This recommendation, supported by the Deputy Mayor, is a result of a council and a board process that's been going for the last 2 or 3 years. Simply not in a position with Phillipstown to consider that at present.
But like Lancaster Park, the design was supposed to be done like 2 years ago, and we've still got a temporary changing shed. And
We're
no
talking about the
plan and
Shirley
no
Community Centre, I thought, at the moment.
So my understanding is both of them needed feasibility studies, right? The feasibility studies for this one's been complete. Is that correct for Shirley?
John?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, Pauline.
Yep.
No, Pauline is in the thick of it.
Right. So the feasibility has been done.
That'll be in the report that John's talking about that's going to the board. Don't forget, this is already in the LTP budget. This is just bringing a bit
So is Phillipstown.
Phillipstown Community Centre also sits with this board, and it's definitely on their horizon as well.
Okay, thank you. Very good answers. Brilliant. So we're going ahead with that. Is that right, Pete?
Read the same on this one.
Mm-hmm.
As they do for the temporary facility for South Library. Sorry, that's probably getting ahead. I'll go back. Are we okay from the sports fields?
The sports fields 85. It's doing it as we all said, and we discussed this the hell out of it the other day. So we should be in good shape. I would have thought, but Celeste has a question.
Can you just explain to me, with the sports fields, they obviously come with a lot of operational expense. Is that part of this impact? Because
I can't answer that directly, I'm sorry.
It's not part of this funding, if that's your question. This is capital funding.
So, for instance, I'm just looking at the distribution of funding across things like regional parks versus sports fields. So I just want to get some comfort that we're not investing in something that has in terms of the wider network, we need to have a visibility of the total costs, not just the cost to upgrade, but the ongoing costs.
There'd be no additional OPEX costs.
There's no
otherwise
additional
that will be
OPEX
identified.
resulting from this. This type of investment is likely to have a positive impact on our operating costs, particularly the artificial hubs taking pressure off winter fields, so it means we don't have to spend hundreds of thousands trying to renovate fields between winter and summer seasons.
So it's going to save money in the long run. Okey-doke. Yanni, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify the figure. So before the sports network plan came to council, I asked how much was in the budget, and I was told there's 54.8 million. But in the staff advice here, we're being told that there's 85.6 million. Now, I think the difference is that there's the sports network plan, and then there's a whole bunch of other stuff outside of it that's on budget as well. I asked, for example, what funding was on for Ngā Pūnawai and the LTP, and was told that there was none. But we had a submission come in saying that they thought it was important that we review Ngā Pūnawai, given the issues there. So,
what issues are at Ngā Pūnawai, being that it's brand new?
So there was a master plan that was done.
Mm-hmm.
There's been a whole bunch of additional development, including like the new Netzel Centre. There's been a whole bunch of issues with car parking. There's been a whole bunch of issues with user paying for tennis courts. So I thought the request was sensible, but
it makes it sound like Ngā Pūnawai is a disaster the way you say it.
No. It's not. It's probably more been a product of its success, which has led to some issues which the submitter wanted us to look at. But regardless, in terms of looking forward, we've acquired the land next to the A&P grounds.
Yes.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, I've put forward some recommendations to you, but I think the general sentiment was to bring forward funding to do things sooner for the sports network plan or for the LTP. So, I'm just flagging that that's what I'll be doing, and I've sent you some suggestions for that. So,
have you got anything you want to add to that, Andrew?
Not really. We'll just sort of wait to see what the council is quite right. The bulk of the submissions, which, as Amy pointed out yesterday, came from one sporting sector, want to see things happen sooner. The verbal submissions we heard, articulated that they've been waiting a long time. That's really a decision for council. We've explored the other option that was put forward was exploring our ability to deliver should council decide to bring forward, and that's what that option is based on. But it does, as you can see, has some impacts on rates if you bring that funding forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Good. Aaron, please.
Just quickly to counter some of that negativity, I hadn't been to Napunawai for a couple of years. I was there a couple of weeks ago with Andre for a meeting with the South Island NRL franchise thing, and positive meeting. I was shocked at how successful Napunawai was. It was a drizzly Wednesday night. The place was packed. There was kids everywhere. There's grumpy old men looking for car parks. All of that stuff.
Living proof.
Unreal. I peeled back my eyelids. I was so shocked at how successful that place was. So yeah, teething issues, but unreal. What a great city.
Island treatments.
I want to have another child so they can play sport. That's how good I felt about it.
Right.
My wife said I can never visit Napunawai again.
Rightio. Okay.
Can I guys add to that? Yeah, there are teething issues because it has been so successful. So the infrastructure not necessarily keeping up with demand. We had a really good information session at Napunawai last night. Thank you to all staff involved in doing that. Just showing what the plans are for the Wigham Road entrance, for example. There are other issues with needing more planting, the wind there, and some other teething issues. But staff are onto them. Is sort of the impression I've got. Yeah. 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 Okay. Yeah. So I guess what I'd say is that the issues that remain at Napunawai are being addressed, in my view. There's more to be done, but as a generally speaking.
Okie dokie. Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to an easier one.
South Library.
South Library.
Look, again, the staff advice and the Mayor's recs are exactly the same in this instance. No funding, reprioritise OPEX to increase services at Spraydon.
Yes. Anyone would like to say anything about that? Quickly, she's on the phone. She won't have heard me. Good. All right. So, all good, Pete. Carry on, Tim.
Any money that is spent, it should go into council facilities that are already existing to enhance them for the future. That would be the logical, because if you look at those areas, they're also destined to be, and they are becoming seriously infill. So that population, or any population in the Spraydon Summerfield area, will without question triple. So all the statistics for the poor little Spraydon Library, it's going to be struggling. So we need to enhance it with the money that's put there permanently.
Okay. Yeah. Righto. Parking charges at Hagley.
Again, both the staff advice and the Mayor's rec differ from the draft, but they are the same. $4 plus gist for 3 hours on weekdays, weekends free, at a cost of 1.48 million in OPEX per year.
Mm-hmm. So doing that is going to cost 0.09 in the first year. Is that your hand up, Andre? No?
It wasn't hand up, but I was keen to hand up the question.
So we'll start with Aaron and then Vic.
Yeah, so I think this one will be one that will go around the table, but I was happy with what we went out for draft on, and I'm happy with the original, that it's that we don't make it free on weekends. It's not free to park outside the library or the hospital on weekends. So consistency. Just keep it really, really simple. So I prefer the original.
Victoria?
My question's around enforcement. It looks very good on paper and in theory, but unless we've actually got the resources to enforce it, so I'm keen to understand whether enforcement is realistic and whether we can achieve that with our current resourcing, or whether we need a corresponding budget increase in the OPEX for enforcement to actually give this real effect.
Okay, good question. Andre?
What's the answer?
Yeah, no, I knew you had a good question.
Rupert has looked into this, so I'm going to hand this one to Rupert.
Andrew, is that you?
I'll jump in here. Through you. We currently have parking enforcement in the area, so it's just an extension of that. They currently are servicing that space, so there shouldn't be any extra OPEX there.
Andre, and then Tyler.
Thank you. So someone raised concern to accessibility, and I was wondering if there was appetite to consider just advice on the first hour being free, but if there's not, there's not.
All right. We have Tyler.
Yeah, I was actually just going to ask about what Andrew asked about. Was the first hour free, and then potentially charge after that, seeing the feasibility of that, if staff can maybe bring something up.
Sorry, just so I'm clear, Mel, yeah. Just so I'm clear, it's first hour free weekdays and weekends. Is that what you're saying?
Weekdays, and then the rest of the mayor's recommendation associated with it.
So sorry, what you're saying is first hour free during the week,
yep,
and weekends are still free.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think it's important that we have it free for people to go and use our parks. One of the problems we have got, and it can, one of the problems we have got is there are a lot of people, and it's fair, they're doing it, they're not doing anything wrong. They're going and parking there all day, and they come into town, which they're allowed to do. So here is some way that we can get some revenue back.
If you look at the Old Boys Tennis Club, there's actually quite a lot of families going to that playground at the gardens, and they'll only be going there for an hour and spending $4 to go to a playground.
Hey, come on.
And same thing goes for Margaret Mayhew. There's actually free parking at Margaret Mayhew too, around the back of Margaret Mayhew. So I don't feel like we should be hindering them.
Sorry, I didn't know that. Is Margaret Mayhew free for an
around
hour?
the back? Then on the street is paid.
Okay.
But on the back, around the back with the barbecues it's free.
Mhm.
So it's sort of in alignment with that. But first hour is the one that I'm really wanting to focus on.
Okay, fair enough. Andrew, you were going to say.
I just want to give some context, and then Rupert might want to talk about the first hour free. The only reason we're allowed to have car parking in Hagley Park is to support recreation. So there's quite a difference between managing that activity versus the street. So you just need to be mindful of that. The only reason legally we can have car parking in Hagley Park is to support the recreation, just as a background for your thinking. So Roo, do you want to comment on the...
Yeah, there was just some challenges when we explored those options around how you actually manage the first hour free. Obviously, if everybody's only in there for an hour, the revenue is going to be way down, so it's hard to put a number on it. But also, you know, in other parts of the country, there's first hour free, but you're still paying for the other 2 hours. So you're still paying whether you're there for 1 hour or 3 hours. So there's some complex, but we can bring you some options with that.
Okay, because you get the machines right, and a lot of people didn't know that they'll pay, and they didn't know that the first hour was free, so then they'll be paying for 2 hours instead of one. It becomes quite complicated. I understand that. And around enforcement, I mean, they could be there for an hour and a half and not get pinged for it, which is absolutely fine too, in my opinion.
Okay, right, moving along. We've got Melanie, then Sarah.
I support the draft. If people can bike and bus and whatever, that's what we do. So
okay, Sarah.
Yeah, I support the draft. And just while people are concerned about, maybe paying $4 for an hour, that's not the case. Actually, when you pay at any parking meter, you actually get to choose how long you're staying. So it might be, was it $4? Yeah, $1.50 or something for an hour, or whatever it is, $1.20 or something. It's not $4 for the hour, so it would only be sort of shorter. You just choose a shorter amount of time. So it's also really difficult. $4 for 3 whole hours.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you choose 1 hour, then it's way less than $4. It's also really difficult just doing one at first hour free, because people go, oh, first hour free, I don't need to put any, I don't even need to go to the machine. And because they haven't been to the machine at all, it's really hard for the enforcement officers to tell how long they've been there, which means they get pinged for not paying. So nationally, it's been really, really difficult.
Fair comment. Sarah, Yanni, please.
Yeah,
I mean, you're next, Tyrone.
What I took from submitters is a number of submitters want us to actually charge at like Margaret Mahi, Ngā Punawai, Metro Sports, and it seemed that we really do need to come up with a kind of coherent strategy around car parking charges at our facilities. So I wasn't keen to support this coming in now. It seems to me there's just so many inconsistencies with charging, and it sits uncomfortably with me that we wouldn't take a strategic approach to this rather than just using this as a way of raising revenue. I know that some of those other things were looked at by council staff when this initially was being put forward to us, but there's nothing here that reflects the submissions that we got around what we might do to extend the car parking. So I won't support this at this stage. I don't agree with charging at the Botanic Gardens, Hagley Park, for the kids going and using like the playground or using the green space.
But following on from Andrew's comment, it's not families that are generally using the majority of that car park. It's generally people going to work, parking there free for a day, which then brings into the problem that people could turn around and take us to court saying that is actually not being used for recreation, so therefore remove it. So following on from what Tyler said, why don't we look at, as an option, just the first 2 hours, the cost for an hour type thing. So they're getting the first hour free, but they've got the option to stay there 2 hours. I know it's not ideal, but we've got to come up with a solution rather than someone wandering around there for 40 hours a week.
Yeah, so it is time limited at the moment, and that was the other thing. A number of submitters didn't seem to realise that it was time limited and said we should make it time limited. You've also got other car parking on the other side as well, which we're not charging for.
Andrew has a point of clarification.
I just want to pick up on Councillor Scandrett's point. We do get a lot of frustration, particularly in school holidays, when people are trying to take their kids to the Botanic Gardens and the car parks are already full. People that know they can come to work, park in the Botanic Gardens car park, walk through the gardens and come to work. So that's one of the background reasons why we know the car parks is full in weekdays of people that are not recreating. So part of the proposal was to encourage people to use it for the right reason. Or you can generate some revenue that of course helps, with the city.
Good.
So to be clear, you're wanting to hold long-term car parkers to account while also encouraging recreation in the area. That's exactly what we're after. That's great.
And we
We're not debating
We're talking about Hagley Park here. Everybody.
This only applies to Hagley Park.
Moving forward, we can change things
Can't
going
delay
forward. But this is
everything and form a strategy on
okay,
everything.
righto. We're getting off piste here.
Was the field for LTP or for your alternative? Where did we have people landing?
Okay, I've just got a couple more.
Okay, sorry.
Aaron, please.
Just on people that are asking about the first hour free, it's looking at that price. It's about the first hour and 45 is free. Almost 2 hours is free because that's what you pay to park in town for 1 hour. So just down the road. So it is a pretty fair price. And if we have a family that have a very bad situation that write in, I'm sure our staff in their fines will forgive them. So
thank you. Two more, and then we'll move on. Tyrone, then Mel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not for the first time recently, I find myself agreeing with Councillor Kewen on this one. So no change to I just keep it simple, and I think that the charge is really fair. But also, my question is that what impact? I mean, what use do we know that car park gets to support Saturday sport, and what impact might that have on it? don't have to answer that now, but like I'm kind of interested if it makes it easier or harder for cars to get in there to support Saturday sport.
It's a good question, councillor, and I guess that a lot of the feedback was about making weekends free, presumably for that very purpose. I suspect that if we put charging on weekends in place, you should expect quite a lot of outrage initially, and then there'll be a period where people get used to it. That's probably all I can really say at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mel?
Sorry, I just had a question. We all think of I always think of the main big car park, but there are other car parks, aren't there? So is this going to apply to all the car parks in Hill Park?
Yes.
Yeah. And the other question I've got is, well, if we're charging $4 plus just for 3 hours, and that's cheaper than on-street parking, will that actually stop people that are going to work paying, because it's still pretty cheap? There is a time limit of 3 hours, I understood, or something at the moment.
It's a good question, and I know Rupert spoke to the transport team who raised that very point, that it's a little bit cheaper than the street, and should it be consistent? I guess we were trying to be mindful of, we need to encourage people to recreate and find the balance. Yeah.
Don't want to penalise them for having fun. And last, Celeste, then Kel.
I actually support what Andrea and Tyler, the comments they've made. I think with families visiting the park, they're not just visiting it during the weekend. In fact, they might avoid it then. So I'm more comfortable in making sure that we are providing for those people. And 2 hours, I think, is a good amount of time.
Okay. All right, so we're bordering on debate here. Carry on there, Kel.
Can we just review it after a year or 6 months or something?
Try
like
it and
that?
see what after 18 months. So what do we want to actually achieve here, Mary?
Phil, I think you might need to Phil, you might need a show of hands on this. Remember the old loose show of hands just on the draft or alternate 1 or alternate 2. The old loose show of hands.
Phil, can I just jump in and ask as a process, like I don't think it's right to be having a vote on things. I think what you're looking for is consensus, and possibly the way forward is the ones that you don't get consensus on, you'll just put separately on the day, and we'll have a vote on the day.
So you're right, Pauline, there's a lot of different points of view here. Are we better off just to do it that way going
So
forward?
the mayor can put forward whatever his motion is, and you can vote it on the day. So the mayor will potentially still put up a rec, and you can vote for it on the day.
Okay.
There'll be a bit that there's potentially going to be consensus on, others you'll vote.
Yep. And I see you've got your hand up, James.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was just a bit slow taking it down there because I totally agree with Pauline. I think, I agree with actually the plan because, but we'll have the debate on the day. So I'm comfortable with that approach.
Right. There we go. That's cool. Right. Out of the frying pan into the fire. Akara wastewater.
In this instance, the draft, the staff advice and the mayor's rec all align. There were some submissions on this, but we've got 3 in a row for the first time. So there's not really much I can add to that other than to open to discussion.
Happy to go ahead as planned.
Yanni.
I just don't know how we can justify spending this amount of money. So I'm deeply troubled by the scheme with the huge cost increases and the concern that people have raised in the community around the benefits. So I just don't quite understand the legal point of view in terms of our consent and the timeframes. But this does seem to be something that is spiraling out of control. I know staff gave a really good analysis of the concerns that the community were raising, but yeah, fundamentally, it does seem like a very, very expensive solution.
Can I just say I haven't heard anything new from the community that wasn't considered as part of the original hearings panel process. We did know at the time that there was still likely to be some wastewater overflows during really heavy periods of rain. Yes, the costs are mind-boggling, But the actual decision itself and the option, I still think, is the best one. It's not just a case of it was culturally insensitive, but the RMA provisions were super clear about if you had a feasible other option, you needed to do that instead of going to the harbour. And anything that goes to the harbour means that you have less water resilience when it comes to climate change. Water's really scarce on the peninsula. It's going to get scarcer. And having the highly treated wastewater still kept locally means that there's options to use it for other things in the future. Whereas if it all got highly treated and then out to sea, you've actually lost that opportunity. But I haven't heard anything new from the new submissions. Yeah.
Okay, so Yanni's here. Aaron?
Yes, I don't have anything to disagree with Sarah's position on that. I was on that hearings panel as well, and there was never going to be a clear winner. It was just one of those hearings. There's such strong positions. But I think the only other thing that's come into this is the water storage at the top of the hills raised by the Fire Brigade. So this can have another benefit to that community if this project is continued. And so going forward from here, we need to see those storage options being able to be used for firefighting. If this is the way we go, then either there needs to be a couple of storage dams, or those big tanks need to be able to open up for the monsoon buckets to fill. In the design, it would make no sense to have water stored at the top of the hill that can't be accessed in a fire. I don't know how dumb that sounds now that we know, but it sounds really dumb.
Just roughly, I was out with Pauline the other day, and just to give people an idea, I don't know if you're aware, you sometimes see them on the back of the sports and recs guys, or sometimes farmers. You have those cubic metre, 1 metre white box, ICBs, I think they call them, with some wee steel pipes around them to protect them. If you've got in your head what one of those looks like, 28,000 of those is the size of that tank, or the tanks that are being proposed. So just I'm not saying don't do it, I'm just letting people know, try and get that in your head, because it is one big tank. It is a lot of water. And I think going forward, and Tyrone, you're going to speak next, going forward, I think after what we've heard from staff, we should be burrowing down, that's not the word to use for sewer, that's not right, and sorting out our infiltration from stormwater. That is the biggest thing. It's all very well to have what we're pumping is rainwater, so the system will work very well if it's looked after properly. So otherwise we could be in, to coin a phrase, shit street. Tyrone. Where are you, mate? You've had enough and run away.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm completely aligned with your thinking on this, Your Worship. The just on the I&I stuff, the gully trap. Our staff came in and presented to the community board the other day and talked about improving gully traps on properties around Akaroa, which I think would be really, really helpful. But just as a general principle, we do need to keep the money on budget. Whether or not there's any change in the way we do it is kind of neither here nor there for this discussion. This is just about keeping money on budget. There's no rates impact, and we have to keep it there. The only thing that I would raise, and also actually just to support Aaron's comments around fire resilience as well. I think we would be crazy if we didn't look more deeply into that. But my question would be, given the level of interest in this project, are we still thinking that the time frame set out in the LTP is works with that, or is it, we've got 3 million on budget for next year? Is that, are we going to spend that or not?
I don't know. Well, it's the
that's the question I would have. That doesn't need
the
to be
consent runs out, Tyrone. The consent runs out, so it has to. We've got a timeline
in 2030 or 31. Yeah, no, I'm with you on that, Aaron.
Yeah,
so I think I'll just be.
And your comments are correct that we can't take it off budget at this point.
Cool, man. Awesome. Yeah, and regardless of what the approach is. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, Pauline, are you trying to get in there?
Oh, I just supported Tyrone, very, very succinct. We may as well move on because it's on budget. There's no change. We have to go forward. And from the briefing last week, I think I remember that they're planning to start next year.
Well, from what I
So
understand,
can't
okay,
call
okay, that's no. So we'd leave. So staff advice and my advice, Rick, is the same thing. So it's on budget. Let's get going. Okay. I've still got a couple of quick. Yeah.
Just maybe on that, Phil, because there's a number of councillors that weren't around when this decision was made. I think in the very near future we need an update of why that scheme was chosen, what it is and what it delivers and why the alternates are no good, because we heard from a lot of concerned people. So I think we should have that update for everyone here to feel comfortable with the plan going forward, spending that amount of money.
They could just they could circulate the hearings panel report to council maybe.
It is. There is no doubt. It is one hell of a lot of money to spend on not that many residents, but we've got our backs to the wall and we haven't got an option. So my thoughts are zero in and get this infiltration sorted out. Even if we have to go property by property and say, guys, we will help you sort this out because it will be better for us in the long run. Okay, right.
Mr. Mayor, can I just quickly make a comment? Not that many residents, but actually quite high numbers of people during peak seasons, and Akaroa is like quite an important linchpin of our sort of our destination planning as well. So,
Yep, thank you. Yep, I wouldn't expect anything less from you saying that, Tyrone. Thank you. Right, we'll move on to disposal of council properties. Tyler, sorry.
Just have two questions. The first one is Waipara Street. There were some submitters that were concerned about the potential future link between Craycroft and the shared path along the Cashmere Stream. Are we still proposing to look into that?
The advice that we've given back is not to. The reason for that, and John might be able to come in on this, the land behind there is rural and it's been assessed for potential for rezoning and subdivision. It doesn't have sufficient stormwater capacity, and the planners do not believe there is a reasonable path to ever rezone that land. So therefore, it's a moot point. We won't be able to be in that position to create a link through to Cashmere Stream in that location because it will remain private land with a rural zoning.
No worries, thank you. And the second question is around the Sutherland's one, around Te Kuru. And the only reason why I'm bringing it up now is because yesterday we were talking about the retention ponds and runoff and wondering if this might be strategic to hold for the Port Hills fire. I'm not sure exactly where it's situated, so I just wanted some advice around that.
So the piece of land we're talking about is extra that's not required. So we needed to buy the whole property for the Te Kuru wetlands. This bit is on the slopes and the hill above that area and is not required for storage purposes, which is why the project team and Three Waters have put it forward for disposal.
Okay, thank you.
Brilliant, thank you. Yanni, then Sarah?
Quite concerned around the properties in Scarborough that were being sold off. Is there any advice to come back on that? So there were big cracks going through it, and it was quite close to the cliff, which, you know, just came down in the big earthquake. And there were a number of smaller things that residents did raise as well around some simple stuff, transactional stuff that made sense, probably outside of the separate to the disposal.
Staff took that offline, I think, because it wasn't really an LTP issue. Is that right?
Well, do we need to
Phil?
separate out the properties where people have raised concerns, flagged?
I'm sure Bruce is doing
things?
that. We're not selling a hand grenade to someone that's going to cause them grief, are we?
No, before they even get on the list, we get them reviewed by our geotechnical experts in terms of the hazards on them. For an example, I think you're talking about those properties where one of the submitters was concerned about the cracks. The areas of the cracks will be retained. We will reconfigure the properties and only sell the bits where there are no risk and no hazard and aren't covered by the hazard overlay. So we'll end up owning all the areas where there are risks and hazards. The potential and the advice from Andrew's team is that they'll generally be revegetated if possible, and we're only selling the bits that we don't need for that recreation purposes and don't have the hazard overlays on them.
And in some cases, there might be 5 sections, and every one of them's got a little bit of a problem with it, and we might only be able to reduce them down and sell 2 sections out of the area that had 5. Is that right, Bruce? So we're not handing over a whole lot of rubbish to people.
And is there a strategy for the Port Hills red zone land? Like, do we have a kind of plan for what we want to do, like we do for the flat red zone?
This is just talking about getting rid of council-owned properties.
No, I understand
not a
that,
strategy
but,
for the whole.
You know, if we did this approach on the flat for the red zone, you might get quite a lot of angry people. But we've got a plan. I'm just wondering, is there a plan for the Port Hills red zone so that we know strategically what we want to achieve with the community as a city?
Presume the council is referring to land that we will retain, red zone land that we will retain.
No, sorry, it's cool. If we don't have a plan, that's fine. It just.
Okay.
Wasn't sure.
If it is the land that is not going to be disposed of, that will get covered by the Port Hills management plan.
There has been discussions in the past about having some sort of plan for the Port Hills.
It'll go into a Port Hills management plan. The stuff we're hanging on to will become ours in the same Port Hills management plan. Sarah.
Thanks so much. So I'm in favour of the actual recommendation, which the only recommendation that's here is to keep the money on budget. It's not specific to the individual properties. I will have some potential changes to the individual properties, just maybe around that Redcliff's park with there's some parking and stuff on some land behind the old Redcliffe School that's being used for community purposes, that kind of thing. But the recommendation here is just to keep the money on budget. It's not on the specific properties. So I'm happy to talk about the specific properties at a different time.
At a later date, yeah.
You might remember that the community board came to council at the beginning of this process, before the draft was signed off, and requested that the Port Hills red zone land got done separately because it wanted it to be part of that whole Port Hills management plan area. Council decided otherwise. That's up to council, but the properties that aren't sold will be part of that Port Hills management planning. So.
But we don't. What Bruce has gone to a lot of trouble to find these, work through these properties that we want to sell, and we're mad keen on getting rid of surplus stuff that is of absolutely no use to us. And I think what the team have come up with is very good. So we've got to let them get on with what they're doing. So, and that's, correct me if I'm wrong, Bruce. That's roughly this amount of money every year.
Yeah, we've budgeted for 3 million
for 3 years.
For 3 years, and then I think the budget sits at about 2 million afterwards, but that'll need to be revisited in the future.
Course. Yeah, and for debt reduction. So great. Thank you. Righto, everybody, are you doing that to press a button, or what are you doing? Okay. All right. So we'll go on to rating for renewals.
There were very low level of submissions on this one, I think, because of its technical nature. The draft, the staff advice, and the Mayor's Recs all line up.
Okay, everyone happy? Sarah?
I'm not happy. I think that it would be quite good to see an option that only does maybe half of that. I'm really concerned that we're going to be paying more for the same amount of work. So by borrowing for those renewals rather than rating for those particular ones, while we save ratepayers an increase now, we end up charging them much more than that later because of the interest costs and things. So I'd like to see an option that maybe was 0.9 rather than 1.8 or something like that. That was lower, so we could look at that.
You could put up as an amendment.
Okay, that'll be one that we'll probably go and
Put up as an amendment.
we'll talk about it on D-Day. Okay, so that'll be one that will be for the.
Yeah, we can bring forward an option around that on adoption day. I just need to work through, because when we send it to audit, I just want to make sure what the model would look like, but we can work a model on that. of an option. Yeah.
Councillor Templeton was asking for something she could put up as an amendment.
Yes.
So something
Yes.
that's a viable amendment that could go up.
Yes. Yeah, we can. Yes.
And at the close of play today, I'll be stepping through the amendments process. So how to do that?
Yes. Yeah, we can do that.
All right.
You've spotted it. Okay.
All right, so that's clarified that up. Thank you very much. So, city vacant land differential.
Supported by, I think, the majority of submitters, draft advice and Mayor's Recs align.
Okay. Celeste and then Jake.
Yep, that's great. I support this, and there was quite wide support, obviously. The only question I had really was just tidying it up in terms of the areas that are covered, because some of the submissions talked about the fact that sort of the gap between Sydenham and the central city, there was kind of an area there that could be looked at. And then also in terms of the New Brighton commercial core, it sort of fell slightly short of some of the areas that, as progress continues, we might need to look at. So just a slight tweaking in terms of the scope for those areas in Sydenham and New Brighton.
We'll take that offline unless John Meeker's online and can comment.
Okay, and Jake?
Almost identical, and just that also want to know what our ability to tweak areas is, balancing our need to consult, but also our obligation to listen to what people say in LTP submissions. So just if we could get some advice from legal about.
We'll provide some additional advice on that. There will be some legal matters as well on that, though. So we'll just need to make sure we've got that all covered.
It's just balancing that risk versus.
It did work. I was sort of wondering whether it would work when we brought it into the central city. It certainly did. It gave people the incentive to tidy up their land, and they wouldn't be penalised if they could prove they could tidy up their land. So it makes the place look tidier, and that's what we're all about.
I told you that at the time, Phil.
Did you? Okay, so they're right. Okay, so next one is.
I had some comments.
Is it? Visitor accommodation. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. So
sorry, Mr. Mayor, I had some comments about the city vacant land differential.
Oh yeah, far away.
Sorry.
Sorry, yeah, I didn't see your hand.
Sorry. That's all good. Sorry, because I was initially reluctant about it, but I went around Littleton with John Meeker, and he was really, really good in explaining how it would impact. But the thing that I want to avoid is unintentionally punishing landowners, just kind of if they fall through the gaps of how it's kind of set up. Like, it's hard to explain, but like there is potential for like inadvertently punishing people. And I'd also like us to look at ways in which we could actually support landowners in developing their land, because it's quite problematic in Littleton as well.
Okay.
So perhaps I can just comment on that. The system is set up to avoid that situation. It's not just the rating. There's remission process as well. There's advisory process. So we can talk through with Councillor Fields on that directly.
I'm thinking of one specific site in Littleton actually. But anyway, that's all good.
Thank you. Righto. So we'll go on to the next one, please, Pete. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you.
Yeah. I was always of the position that it should have been everywhere, because a crappy looking commercial site anywhere is detrimental to the businesses around it. But it'll be nice after a year that we monitor the effects of doing this here and then look at elsewhere. But also the other one is residential properties. When people have land banked a residential site and it's just long grass and manky and got cars dumped in it and stuff, that's not a big seller either. So, I mean, after going into the next year, let's see how this goes, and then maybe doing it elsewhere or retracting if it's not working, having the effect. But it'll be a good one to monitor.
Fair enough. Okay, now we will get on to visitor accommodation.
Actually, Phil, can I just support what Aaron said around residential properties? I get an incredible number of complaints about derelict properties where people are not fulfilling their responsibilities, where rubbish is collecting on site, and it's very hard to get them to do anything about it. It's a constant cause of frustration to people in the community.
Okay.
I think there's a difference. between those where people are living in the property and it's really unkempt, and the land banking or the other things where actually the property's been abandoned for whatever reason, and it's just sitting there and becoming dangerous and vandalised and stuff.
Yeah, totally
And
agree
whether there is something, maybe we can get some information on whether there is anything we can do about those ones.
Yeah.
We are now moving on to the next. There you are. Far away. Anyone who wants to tell us all about it? Or
Just the introduction. Look, this was about rating visitor use of accommodation in a residential home as a business. It generally was supported by submitters, and the draft advice and recommendations all align.
Okay. Everybody happy with that? I can't believe it. Amazing. Move on to the next one.
All right.
Oh, this one's pretty.
It's the same.
Same thing. Everyone happy with that? Charities? Okay. Far away.
I can't keep up.
Personal truth, please.
This also seems to be completely aligned. So incorporating the heritage rate into the general rate.
If it makes life easier for anyone working in this building, it's got to be a good thing.
I think that was the purpose of it, as proposal.
We live. Okay, righto. So that's okay.
All right, can I just check what the heritage rate?
Yes.
What's it being used for? Because actually, I thought having a separate heritage rate is quite a good way to put funding aside for heritage, given how many requests. We've got the art centre, we've got the museum, we've got, I know it's got a levy, but yeah, the cathedral, there's a number of other heritage buildings that we are considered funded.
But correct me if I'm wrong, Pete. You're just incorporating it, and it's not going away. It's just getting absorbed.
I'd just like to give our finance colleagues a moment to figure out what happens to it.
Okay. All right.
My instinct would be that it's put to the same use as it always was.
Shall we come back to that
But we
while you're
should
getting some advice?
Circle back.
Is that and here?
hang on. No,
and here it comes now.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, no, pretty good question. So the intent is just to, like, the rate's still there, but it's not called a rate. So it's still sitting within the rates. And so rather than collect money in advance or behind, actually use the expenditure and the rates at the same time. So we're spending more aligned with actual. So we're rating, but we're not sort of building up a fund or anything.
But what's the money currently being used for? I thought this is the one that went to the art centre.
It was, I think it was initially, to my memory, it was collected first fund heritage at the Arts Centre, but then also to fund some of our heritage buildings. So the city heritage buildings that we own and have to repair. That was my memory of it.
The art centre is a separate targeted rate.
Right.
Was the Arts Centre not out of this heritage fund?
So we've currently got the cathedral rate, we've got the heritage rate, and we had an art centre rate.
So that's correct. So we're only talking about the heritage rate here. And so it's the one that we're now just going to put in with the other, rather than have it separate.
And we're just trying to simplify it by bringing two into one. It's not going to change the figure will be the same, won't it?
That's correct. You know, the amount's still being there. We're not saving anything. It's just tidying it.
Tidier. That's exactly the word we need. Thank you. That's great.
I mean, I always just understood we had the two, one for the art centre and one for the cathedral.
Yes, yeah, we definitely have that. But I thought we had one for the Art Centre and one called a heritage rate rather than an art centre rate. So the cathedral was one, and this heritage rate was the second one, and it was going to initially be used for the art centre, and then when that funding ceased because it was a $5 million, it would be used for other heritage buildings.
Yeah. No, you're right. It was for the museum redevelopment, scheduled over 3 years from 24-25, and 53 million for provincial building, old municipal chambers, and the art gallery.
Yes.
Okay.
So the art centre was from something.
So that was a separate one as well, as was the cathedral.
Oh.
So.
Yes. So.
My mistake. Sorry.
That's right. In the annual plan for the year we're currently in, there was the heritage targeted rate.
Yeah.
And that was planned to be over a 30-year period, and it was to collect, just having a look, 23 million towards the Canterbury Museum development over 3 years, as Councillor Johansson has said. Money, capital expenditure associated with preserving the heritage, the provincial chambers, the old municipal chambers, and the McDougall Art Gallery. Then you had the Special Heritage Arts Centre targeted rate, and that of course was for the Arts Centre, and then there was the Special Heritage Cathedral targeted rate, and so there were sort of three, if you like, heritage rates.
But like the Arts Centre one hasn't stopped, so that's going until 2031, 32.
I'm not sure the time.
Oh,
so
I can tell you the time and that.
That's correct.
As
That's
is the
correct. I'm
cathedral
not sure
one.
the time frame.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
So,
All right. Yeah, sorry, carry on.
No,
Oh,
we
through you, I was just going to say stand by, we can check when it goes through to.
No, I mean, I've got it. But I mean, I guess the question is, given that we're having a big discussion about some of the heritage things, and obviously this is a separate one for our own facilities rather than external. Yeah, I don't know whether there's any merit to looking at continuing a heritage rate to fund the heritage request that we've had in the plan specifically.
Yeah, my recollection of the heritage targeted rate was that we were very clear when we consulted with the community and set up the terms for it, that it would only go towards those projects that were specified as part of the consultation and the requirement. So if we were going to change the destination of the funding that was collected through that rate, because it's not just a general heritage one, we would probably need to consult again. So that specific funding has to be used, I think, for those projects. So it would be good to get some advice on that, especially if we're looking at using the funding for other things. Yeah.
Okay, so, and the next one's very similar, isn't it?
It is.
So Phil.
Oh, sorry.
Phil,
Pauline.
could I just say, look, probably one of the advantages of having a targeted rate is the visibility, and this discussion we've just had actually demonstrates how important that visibility is and the criteria around it when we set them up. So there's a danger of losing that if we roll them into the general rate. So I'm kind of veering on the side of retaining them as a target rate now, personally.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to get at here is there'll be no difference. The figure will still be there. It just won't be collected. It'll be just collected under one. Am I right?
I know.
And
people will always
be able to see the separate numbers. Like if we collect $2, $1 for each, it'll be still there. Be able to see it.
If I could just clear, the amount will still be collected. It'll be still going to the fund. It just won't show on your rate instalment notice. Okay. Correct. Nothing's being changed from the inner workings. All we're doing is changing the front end on and how we collect it.
I think we should come back with some. I think we might need to come back with some advice about whether it's rolling all of these three or just one of them, and also whether if it wasn't a targeted rate, whether we could later at a later LTP change the purpose for that rate, because it would be collected as a general rate. So I think those are some of the questions. So can we can provide some advice back?
Okay.
So it's clear.
Okay. Sorry, Jake, you probably also.
I was just going to say, I think the conversation has highlighted the exact opposite, which is that in spite of an attempt to make it clear what we're spending money on, that the special rates are doing the exact opposite, and none of us are clear at all. I think that we need to focus on actual clarity in our consultation document and on our website.
Okay. Well, how does that help you, Pete?
We'll come back.
Well, it informs the next one, which maybe has the same principles in it of ease of collection at the front end versus the purpose to which the funds are put and where they go. So I understand from talking to Russell just now that the answer is much the same.
I'd still like it, see it rolled into one. I really would. Just makes life simple for you guys.
But I think we're hearing that people would like us to come back with a bit more information on how that would work.
Yeah, that's the heritage one. I'm talking the second one now, sorry.
Yes, the active travel rate, yep.
It is.
Yeah, Friday.
Okay.
So am I correct that the draft advice and recs all say the same thing? That's accepted, but we need to come back with some clarification?
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Could I possibly suggest, and it is only a suggestion, that because we've actually got through so much content, it might be a good moment for a little break to allow the finance team to
Oh, yeah, I've got one more. And then
add
we
up
will.
the consequences. No? One more?
Yeah. There's one
Okay.
more left. Yeah, and
All right.
then we'll leave you alone. We might go and have some lunch or something. Will we? Is that the thing to do? Right, the last one is use of subvention credits. I think there's going to be a lot of conjecture, and I think it's great what we're doing and using it. It got us out of jail last time, so to speak. And I was always told back then that it was a one-hit wonder, and we wouldn't have any more. And look what we've got, so it's good. But if it's going to be a point of we'll just do it on the day. Is that?
If I could, my preference with my finance side, not to do it on the day. We'd like to bring it back and have a discussion. We put a number of options up. There's about 4 different options up on how the money could be used or not. Using for rates, spreading it over, or using it to repay debt, or some other special purpose. So I think it would be worthwhile having that discussion beforehand, so we could get a better steer.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Now, if anyone out of all of what we've talked about today, has anyone got any burning issues, please put them forward so that the team can navigate their way through them. And what I'm trying to avoid is surprises on the day. The end of the day is going to be a bloody great surprise anyway. But to just try and do what we did in the annual plan last time, which worked very well, and just get some of these ones sort of put to bed is what we're after. So we will have a breather for lunch.
Yep.
What about it's 12, quarter past 1? Is that all right? 1:15. Thank you very much, everyone.
Everyone, and welcome back. Mayor Phil's just been held up, so I'm holding the seat for a wee while. I'm just going to hand over to Bede and Peter for an update of where we are at. And so, gentlemen, we're in your hands.
Thank you, Councillor Scandrett, and good afternoon, councillors. So look, over the lunch break, we've convened briefly, and I think the sense is that we have a good indication of where the Mayor's recs, with some exceptions, and we'll talk to those very shortly, specifically have landed, and that will get them built up and into a report to come back. But the areas where we have identified that more information, and we'll bring that back in order for some further discussion, is around the events ecosystem, the Innovation and Sustainability Fund, the Heritage Grant, the parking charges in Hagley Park, the incorporating the heritage rate into the general rate, the same as incorporating the active travel rate into the uniform annual general charge, that's the UAGC, and the use of subvention credits. So that's on Friday. We will bring that information back. Between now and Friday, tomorrow is transport. On Friday, there's also Three Waters, and so they've been will be brought in under separate cover from these other ones. And then I was going to hand over to Peter to explain a little bit about where the process goes from here. There's an amendments process, there's an audit process, and right at the end, of course, there's an adoption process. So that's in a very quick summary where we think we've got to. It was just before I hand over to Peter, we could have run some of the numbers, but they wouldn't have had the quality assurance and the checking and making sure they all add if we were to try and hurry it through within an hour or so. So we're wanting to present it once and present it correctly.
Thank you. And just for those live streaming, there are 5 councillors zooming in. So, yeah, there's more of us than you think. So, okay. Peter, over to you.
Thank you. Thanks, Bede. Look, I know process is a little bit dry, but I do want to help make you clear on what's happening from here. We'll send out communications as well, but just as an introduction, 2 processes, the amendments process and the adoption process. Amendments, the process, as Councillor Templeton has already spotted, has opened today. If you go to the same place in the hub where you lodge questions in the Q&A tool, there is a button for amendments there now. Please distinguish carefully between the two because amendments will be treated differently to questions. So that amendments process is open till the 31st of May, at which point we'll get everything out to staff to provide commentary. There may be financial, legal, risk or other implications. We'd like to get them back to you before the adoption meeting so that everybody's on the same page. As usual, complex amendments that are received very late will struggle on the day of adoption because your fellow councillors won't know what the thing costs or what its liabilities might be. In terms of adoption, I should add, with the amendments, there is a tentatively scheduled councillor workshop on the 11th of June for you to workshop amongst yourselves the amendments in terms of what's supported and whether some are duplicates and so forth, that you have your ducks lined up on how the amendments proceed.
Peter, do you want questions at the end?
Yes, please,
okay,
if that's all right.
Cool.
In terms of adoption, you broadly know the process, but I'll just step you through it again. We start supplying Audit New Zealand with content for their review on the 4th of June. That finishes on the 7th of June. We must have audits review in order to adopt an LTP. That doesn't preclude your amendments. Those of you who've done this a few times will remember that on the day the council adopts the draft and the mayor's recs, and then opens to amendments which are then debated. They're not necessarily covered by the audit review. So that doesn't mean that the audit dates preclude you from having amendments. So we supply final product to Audit New Zealand on the 7th of June. That's a negotiated date with them. They will provide their review back to us tentatively for audit and risk on the 20th of June. So we get a heads up of how they see things. Remembering that they've done their big review and that they really should be reviewing the changes that we're making to the LTP. And then we receive their review formally for the adoption meeting of the 25th of June. We adopt their review, assuming it's favourable. We then adopt the draft and Mayor's Recs, and then move to amendments. So that's the process and how it flows. I realise that many of you are familiar with this already, so sorry for the repetition. That's really about it. I mean, I'm certainly happy to take questions on the process side, but I should say to finish that we have a shorter window than we normally do because of the prolonged period around the draft.
Thank you, Peter. And Sarah, your question.
Just a quick one. So there's been a difference the last couple of times we've done this amendment process. The first time we did it, maybe last LTP, staff ended up, so councillors sent in potential amendments or what they wanted to achieve, and staff helped work out wording that would make it a viable amendment.
Yes.
And legally able to be put, kind of thing.
Yes.
Last time we ran into some issues with that where people were just told actually that amendment's not valid, rather than working through what might be valid in as much detail. So for example, the one I put in earlier, I don't know the exact numbers and how that works because I'm not staff. So I put in what I wanted to achieve in an amendment, if that makes sense. Yeah. And is that okay for the process?
As long as we've got enough time, we'll help people put forward a amendment
that's capable of being put.
That's capable of being put.
And achieve what you
we will
want.
actually also, where possible, give you a good indication of about the rating impact of it.
That's what I've asked for as well, with the advice that goes with it.
we will aim to provide information so that it's as clear and
because we need the information, because councillors need to have enough information for it to be put.
Yes.
Yeah, advice, thanks.
Any further questions? Any from online? No? I believe that's...
No, all good. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go for it. No, all good. Excellent. Well,
no, I just said all good.
Great, thank you. Well, I think that concludes today's and excellent.
Oh, sorry, one from me.
Oh, there's always one, Jake. Come on.
Hey, I probably missed it while I was snacking on some lunch, but what was the ideal cutoff for staff? When are you looking to have these in? Amendments, I mean.
31st of May for amendments is the ideal date. Obviously, anything later than that, if it's significant, it's difficult for staff to respond with the quality we want to do. So ideally, 31st of May. By then, at the pace we're going, the recommendations will have been clarified and you should be able to frame any change that you want to see to that.
Easy peasy. Thank you.
Thank you. So everyone's got that? Excellent. Thank you very much. Now I'll be adjourning the workshop. The next workshop opens to the public, will be held on Friday the 24th at 10 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you.